Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The evening light pressed itself against the honey-coloured stones of Bibury, like a gentle hand smoothing worry lines from an old friend's face. Thomas Whitmore knelt beside the flower beds that bordered the ancient bridge, his weathered fingers working through soil that held secrets older than memory itself. The scent of damp earth mingled with the river column's whispered conversation, while something peculiar caught the corner of his eye. Petals that seemed to gather starlight before the stars had properly arrived, shimmering with an opalescence that made him pause mid-motion and wonder if his 73-year-old eyes were finally playing the tricks everyone warned him about. But Thomas had been gardening these same beds for 47 years, and he knew the difference between failing eyesight and genuine mystery. These wild flowers, delicate things with petals like crushed pearls and stems that swayed without any breeze, had appeared 3 days ago, growing alongside his carefully planned marigolds and sweet alyssum, as if they belonged there, as if they had always belonged there, though he was certain they hadn't existed when he'd locked his potting shed the evening before their arrival. The year was 1924, and the world beyond Bibury's stone embrace had grown loud with jazz music and motor cars, with bright young things dancing the Charleston, and gentlemen adjusting their pocket watches to railway schedules that promise precision in an increasingly imprecise world. Yet here, where the bridge had watched the column's patient flow for 7 centuries, where cottages wore their thatch like comfortable old hats, time moved with the unhurried grace of cream swirling into morning tea. The wireless sets in parlour windows crackled with news from London, but the village preferred its own quiet conversations, the rustle of leaves discussing the weather, the gentle argument between church bells and the river's constant murmur, the soft conspiracy of stone and mortar that had weathered Plantagenet kings and Edwardian summers with equal equanimity. Thomas straightened his back with the careful deliberation of a man who had learned to negotiate with joints that creaked like floorboards in an old house. The mysterious flowers trembled, not with wind, for the evening air hung still as if held breath, but with some internal rhythm that reminded him of his late wife's humming when she thought no one was listening. Margaret had possessed the gift of finding wonder in ordinary moments, of seeing magic where others saw mere routine, and perhaps these strange blossoms were her way of reminding him that mystery hadn't abandoned the world entirely, even if the world had grown too busy to notice. The Swan Hotel glowed amber in the distance, its Tudor timbers dark against whitewashed walls that had welcomed travellers since Shakespeare's pen was still wet with ink. Lamplight spilled from mullioned windows, casting rectangles of warmth onto cobblestones that bore the wear of countless footsteps. Merchants and pilgrims, lovers and wanderers, all drawn by the promise of shelter and the particular peace that settled over the Cotswolds like a blessing at day's end. The hotel sign, depicting a swan in mid-glide across painted water, swayed with the gentle creak of chain against wood, a sound so familiar it had become part of the village's evening lullaby. It was then that Thomas noticed her, a figure approaching along the path that wound from the main road through the churchyard, her silhouette etched against the deepening sky with this kind of purposeful grace that suggested she was accustomed to walking unknown paths without fear. Eleanor Ashford moved with the measured confidence of someone who had learned that the world revealed its secrets to those who approached it with patience rather than haste, her travelling coat the colour of autumn leaves catching the last light as she paused at the bridge's entrance, drawn not toward the swan's welcoming glow, but toward the ancient stones that had been absorbing sunset colours for centuries. She carried herself with the particular bearing of the educated classes, not the rigid posture of those born to privilege, but the alert composure of someone who had earned her knowledge through careful observation and persistent curiosity. Her hair, pinned in the practical style favoured by women who valued movement over fashion, caught hints of copper in the fading light, and her eyes, Thomas could see even from his position among the flower beds, held the kind of intelligent interest that transformed ordinary moments into small adventures. She was, he judged, somewhere in her 30s, old enough to have developed opinions about the world, yet young enough to remain delighted by its surprises. Eleanor had indeed come seeking lodging at the Swan, but the bridge captured her attention with the kind of magnetic pull that certain places exert over those sensitive to the weight of accumulated years. 7 centuries of footsteps had worn smooth depressions in the stone, creating a topography of human passage that spoke of continuity in an age increasingly fascinated by change. The bridge belonged to that category of structures that seemed to have grown from the earth rather than being built upon it, its arches reflecting in the column's dark water like half-remembered dreams. But it was the flowers that made her forget entirely about checking into the hotel, made her set down her leather travelling case and approach the bridge's edge with the careful steps of someone who sensed she was witnessing something extraordinary, disguised as something perfectly ordinary. Eleanor had spent the better part of a decade cataloguing the flora of the British Isles, had pressed more specimens between tissue paper than most people pressed wrinkles from their Sunday clothes, had filled 3 leather-bound journals with detailed sketches and notes about the habits of everything from common daisies to rare orchids that bloomed only in forgotten corners of ancient forests. Yet these flowers defied every category she'd learned to recognise. Their petals seemed to contain light rather than merely reflect it, shifting between silver and gold and something that wasn't quite either colour but suggested the space between colours, the pause between musical notes that makes melody possible. The stems rose from the earth with a suppleness that reminded her of water flowing upward, and when she knelt to examine them more closely, forgetting entirely the propriety that usually governed her interactions with unknown gardens, she caught a fragrance that spoke of summer rain and old books and something else, something that made her think of her grandmother's stories about flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Peculiar things, aren't they? Thomas's voice came soft as evening breeze, carrying the gentle authority of someone who had earned the right to speak for this particular patch of earth. He had approached without her noticing, moving with the quiet competence of gardeners everywhere, and now stood beside her with soil-darkened hands resting on the wooden handle of a trowel, worn smooth by decades of use. Eleanor looked up, her hand still extended toward the mysterious blooms, though she hadn't quite dared to touch them. "I've never seen anything like them," she admitted, and her voice carried the particular wonder of someone accustomed to having names for things, to fitting the world into tidy categories, suddenly confronted with something that refused categorization. "I study botany, you see, and I thought I knew, but these?" She gestured helplessly at the flowers, which seemed to shimmer more brightly in response to their attention. Thomas Whitmore. He introduced himself with old-fashioned courtesy, touching his cap with fingers that left a smudge of earth on the worn cloth. "I've been tending these beds since before the war. The first one, mind you, not the recent unpleasantness. 47 years have come since September, and I've never seen them like this before Tuesday last." The admission hung between them like a shared confidence, acknowledging that they were both witnesses to something that challenged the comfortable boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Eleanor found herself smiling. Not the polite expression she wore when meeting strangers, but the genuine delight that surfaced when she encountered kindred spirits who understood that the world still held mysteries worth investigating. "Eleanor Ashford," she replied, rising from her crouch with the unconscious grace of someone accustomed to field work. "And if you've been gardening here for 47 years, then these flowers appearing 3 days ago suggests—" She paused, considering the implications of spontaneous botanical appearances in a world increasingly governed by scientific explanations. "Suggest that Bibury still keeps a few secrets," Thomas finished, his eyes twinkling with the kind of humour that came from accepting life's pleasant impossibilities. "My Margaret always said the village chose what it wanted to reveal and when. These flowers, they've got that quality about them, like they're deciding whether we're worthy of their proper story." The river whispered its agreement, carrying with it the scent of waterweeds and limestone, of secrets held in current and eddy. of countless evenings when mystery had walked these paths unnoticed by inhabitants, too busy with their daily concerns to recognize magic when it bloomed beside their doorsteps. The first star appeared above them, tentative as a question, and as if summoned by its light, the mysterious flowers began to glow more distinctly, their petals catching and holding starlight with the patient efficiency of creatures that had learned to harvest wonder from the simplest sources. Eleanor felt the peculiar thrill that came when her scientific training collided with something that demanded to be experienced rather than explained. She had spent years learning to observe without interfering, to document without disturbing, but these flowers seemed to invite participation rather than mere study. They were not specimens to be pressed and catalogued, but living mysteries that offered themselves for contemplation, for the kind of patient attention that modern life had taught people to consider wasteful. They respond to starlight, she observed, though the words felt inadequate to capture what she was witnessing. But that would suggest a photosynthetic process adapted to nocturnal light gathering, which would be... She stopped, realizing that scientific vocabulary could not bridge the gap between what should be possible and what was clearly happening before her eyes. Thomas nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose instincts had been confirmed by expert observation. Tuesday night, when they first appeared proper-like, I happened to be working late. Couldn't sleep, you understand, and sometimes the garden is better company than an empty house. I saw them come alive when Venus showed herself above the church spire. Not just glowing, mind you, but singing, if flowers can be said to sing. The word hung in the air between them like a bridge across the gap between the mundane and the marvellous. Eleanor felt her scientific scepticism wrestling with her growing sense that she was standing at the threshold of something that demanded to be believed rather than understood. The flowers swayed in their impossible breeze, their light growing stronger as more stars emerged from the deepening sky, and she found herself thinking of her grandmother's stories, of the folk knowledge that academic training had taught her to dismiss as superstition, but which now seemed to offer the only adequate framework for what she was witnessing. Singing, she repeated, testing the word like someone tasting an unfamiliar wine. And you heard? What did you hear? Thomas smiled with the particular pleasure of someone who had been waiting 47 years for the right person to ask exactly that question. Something like lullabies, he said, his voice dropping to match the evening's growing hush. The kind Margaret used to hum when she was hanging laundry on moonlit nights, when she thought the neighbours were all asleep and wouldn't think of her daft for serenading the sheets. The bridge seemed to exhale around them, releasing the warmth it had gathered during the day into the cooling air, creating gentle currents that carried the scent of stone and water, of time held in suspension between one moment and the next. Eleanor felt herself settling into the rhythm of this place, her city-trained urgency dissolving in the face of Bibury's patient insistence that some things could only be understood slowly, carefully, with the kind of attention that had become rare in an age of electric lights and telephone bells. "Would you care to see where they truly came from?" Thomas asked, his voice carrying the gentle invitation of someone who had learned that the most precious gifts were shared rather than hoarded. He gestured toward a narrow path that wound behind the Swan Hotel, barely visible in the gathering dusk, marked only by the worn impression of countless footsteps, and the faint gleam of white pebbles that someone long ago had thought to scatter like breadcrumbs through the twilight. Eleanor found herself nodding before her practical mind could intervene with concerns about propriety, about following strangers down darkening paths, about the lateness of the hour and the waiting hotel room, that suddenly seemed far less compelling than whatever secrets lay at the end of Thomas's invitation. There was something in his manner that spoke of trustworthiness, earned through decades of gentle competence, the particular reliability of people who had spent their lives coaxing life from Earth and understood the patience required for all worthwhile growth. The path led them away from the bridge's ancient stones, winding between cottage gardens, where late roses climbed over dry stone walls with the determined enthusiasm of climbers who had learned to make the most of England's brief summers. The scent of honeysuckle drifted from unseen corners, mixing with the earthier fragrance of turned soil and the green breath of vegetables growing in neat rows behind whitewashed walls. This was the Cotswolds at its most intimate, not the picture postcard perfection that drew artists and weekend visitors, but the working reality of a village that had learned to create beauty as a byproduct of simple survival. Thomas moved with the sure-footed confidence of someone who could walk these paths blindfolded, his gardener's instincts navigating roots and stones while his attention remained partly focused on his companion. Eleanor followed with the careful interest of someone accustomed to fieldwork, noting how the path seemed to follow natural contours, how the placement of stones suggested generations of feet that had found the most efficient route between Thomas's cottage and his daily work at the bridge. 47 years, she found herself saying, though the words emerged more as wonderment than conversation. You must have seen the village change considerably. Thomas paused at a wooden gate that hung slightly crooked on hinges worn smooth by weather and time, his hand resting on the latch with the familiar gesture of someone who had opened this particular gate thousands of times. Change less than you might expect, he replied, and there was something in his tone that suggested both gratitude and gentle melancholy. Motor cars come through more often now, and young folk speak of London as if it were just down the lane instead of a day's journey. But the stones remember longer than people do, and the river doesn't much care what century it is. He lifted the latch with the practiced motion of someone who knew exactly how much pressure to apply, and the gate swung open to reveal what Eleanor immediately recognised as a gardener's private sanctuary, the kind of space that existed not for show, but for the pure joy of cultivation, where practical necessity had been elevated to the level of quiet art through decades of patient attention. The cottage garden spread before them in the organised abundance that marked the work of someone who understood plants not as mere decoration, but as living partners in an ongoing conversation about beauty and utility. Rows of vegetables alternated with patches of herbs, while flowers seemed to have been invited to establish themselves wherever they found the arrangement agreeable, creating a tapestry of colour and texture that spoke of evolution rather than design, of relationships built over seasons rather than imposed by any single vision. But it was the scent that made Eleanor catch her breath, not just the expected fragrances of mint and rosemary, of sweet peas climbing wooden supports and lavender releasing its essence into the cooling air, but something deeper, wilder, that spoke of hillsides and ancient meadows, of flowers that had learned to bloom in places where human hands had never intervened. It was the scent of the Cotswolds themselves, distilled and concentrated in this modest plot behind a gardener's cottage, as if Thomas had somehow convinced the entire landscape to reveal its secrets in miniature. My grandmother started this garden, Thomas said, leading Eleanor along a path of flagstones that had been worn smooth by generations of feet. Back when Victoria was still learning to be queen, and the railway hadn't yet taught people to think of distance in hours rather than days, she had the gift of seeing what belonged where, of understanding that plants have preferences just like people, and sometimes those preferences don't match what the books might say. They passed beneath an arbour where clematis intertwined with climbing roses, creating a living tunnel that framed the view ahead like a painting. Eleanor could see the cottage now low and stone-built, with windows that glowed amber from oil lamps within, and a chimney that released a thin ribbon of smoke into the star-brightened sky. It was the kind of dwelling that seemed to have grown from the landscape rather than being imposed upon it, its proportions and materials so perfectly suited to the setting that it appeared inevitable, as if the hill itself had decided to express itself in the form of human shelter. She began collecting seeds from the old places. Thomas continued, his voice taking on the particular rhythm of someone sharing a story that had been polished smooth by countless tellings, places where the wildflowers still grew as they had for centuries, before the modern world decided that efficiency was more important than diversity. She would walk the hills for miles, following paths that even then were beginning to fade, searching for varieties that existed nowhere else, that carried in their petals the accumulated wisdom of countless seasons. Eleanor felt something shift in her chest, a recognition that went deeper than mere professional interest. She had spent years cataloguing precisely such varieties, had filled journals with sketches and pressed specimens, had written papers about the importance of preserving genetic diversity, in an age of increasing agricultural standardization. But there was something in Thomas's tone that suggested his grandmother's work had gone beyond mere collection, had been motivated by a love that transformed scientific preservation into something approaching devotion. They reached a wooden bench positioned to overlook the garden's heart, where the vegetables gave way to a wilder section that seemed to exist according to its own logic. Here, Eleanor could see, were flowers that belonged to no cultivated tradition she recognised, varieties that seemed to bridge the gap between domestic gardens and untamed hillsides, plants that carried themselves with the particular confidence of things that had learned to thrive without human intervention, yet had somehow accepted partnership with those who approached them with proper respect. She kept them in a seed pouch, Thomas said, settling onto the bench with the careful movement of someone whose joints had earned their stiffness through decades of honest labour. Leather that she made herself from a hide she traded for at Stow-on-the-Wold market, when such markets were still places where neighbours gathered to exchange not just goods, but stories, gossip, and the accumulated wisdom of rural life. Eleanor seated herself beside him, conscious of the way the evening seemed to settle around them like a comfortable blanket, bringing with it the particular peace that came when the day's obligations yielded to quieter possibilities. She could feel the weight of her own recent losses, the death of her mentor, Professor Hartwell, whose passing had left her feeling unmoored in a world that suddenly seemed less rich with possibility, the painful end of her engagement to Robert, whose vision of their future had involved her abandoning botanical fieldwork in favour of drawing-room respectability, the growing sense that her life's work existed in isolation from the deeper currents of human connection and meaning. But here, in this cottage garden where 3 generations of careful hands had preserved seeds from flowers that might otherwise have vanished entirely, Eleanor felt something she hadn't experienced since Professor Hartwell's death. The sense that her work might be part of something larger than academic achievement, something that connected her to traditions of patient observation and gentle stewardship that extended far beyond university walls. "The pouch passed to my father when grandmother died," Thomas continued, his voice carrying the weight of inherited responsibility. "And from him to me, along with the stories of where each seed had come from, what conditions it preferred, which varieties were becoming rare even then. Some of the flowers she collected have disappeared entirely from their original locations, hills that have been turned to pasture, meadows that have been claimed by progress in one form or another." He fell silent for a moment, and Eleanor could hear the garden breathing around them, the soft rustle of leaves responding to breezes too gentle to be felt on human skin, the distant murmur of water moving over stones, the occasional call of a night bird settling into roosting places among the eaves and branches. It was a symphony of small sounds that spoke of life continuing its ancient patterns despite all the changes that progress had brought to the wider world. "Would you—" Thomas began, then paused as if the question he wanted to ask required more courage than he had initially calculated. "Would you care to see it? The pouch, I mean, and hear the stories that come with it?" Eleanor turned to look at him, struck by the vulnerability in his weathered features, the way his hands rested uncertainly on his knees as if he were offering something precious but fragile, something that could be damaged by careless handling or indifferent reception. She understood, with the sudden clarity that sometimes comes when the heart recognises kindred spirits, that he was offering her more than just a glimpse of old seeds. He was inviting her into a tradition of care that had sustained itself through decades of patient attention, offering her a place in a story that connected past and future through the simple act of preserving what might otherwise be lost. "I would be honoured," she said, and meant it with a depth that surprised her. The words carried weight because they acknowledged what was being offered. Not just information, but inclusion. Not just observation, but participation in something that mattered deeply to this gentle man who had spent his life coaxing beauty from earth and stone. Thomas smiled with the particular pleasure of someone whose treasures had found an appreciative audience, and rose from the bench with renewed energy. "Come then," he said, leading her toward the cottage's low door. "Come and meet the flowers that time forgot, and the stories that kept them alive." The cottage door opened with the familiar creak of hinges that had learned to announce arrivals and departures for generations, and Eleanor stepped across the threshold into warmth that seemed to embrace her like an old friend's welcome. The interior glowed with the soft radiance of oil lamps, their flames dancing in glass chimneys that cast shifting patterns of light and shadow across walls lined with shelves, walls that spoke of a life devoted to the quiet accumulation of wisdom, rather than the pursuit of mere possession. Books filled the shelves, not the uniform volumes of a gentleman's library, but the eclectic collection of someone who valued knowledge for its practical application rather than its decorative potential. Field guides to British flora sat beside handwritten journals, agricultural treatises shared space with volumes of poetry, and everywhere Eleanor looked she saw evidence of a mind that refused to recognise artificial boundaries between science and art, between practical knowledge and aesthetic appreciation. But it was the smell that made her feel most at home, the complex fragrance of dried herbs hanging from ceiling beams, of leather and paper seasoned by years of gentle use, of wood smoke and lamp oil and something else, something that spoke of seeds sleeping in darkness, waiting for their appointed seasons of growth and revelation. It was the scent of preservation without sterility, of care that enhanced rather than constrained the natural order of things. Thomas moved through the familiar space with the unconscious grace of someone navigating territory, mapped by decades of routine, lighting additional lamps to chase shadows from corners where shelves gave way to workbenches covered with the tools of his trade, trowels worn smooth by use, clay pots arranged according to some system that made sense to gardener's logic, packets of seeds labelled in careful handwriting that suggested the importance of accurate records in work that unfolded across seasons rather than days. "Here," he said, opening a drawer in what Eleanor recognised as an old apothecary's cabinet, each compartment marked with faded labels that spoke of herbs and remedies, of knowledge that had once been essential for survival in places where the nearest physician might be days away. "Here is where she rests, where she's rested for all these years, waiting for someone who might understand what she represents." His hands emerged from the drawer, cradling an object that Eleanor immediately recognised as something shaped by use rather than manufacture. A leather pouch the colour of autumn leaves, its surface marked with the kind of patina that could only come from countless careful handlings, from decades of being opened and closed with reverent attention. The leather bore the soft gleam of material that had been cared for rather than merely preserved, and Eleanor could see where fingers had worn smooth certain surfaces, where the act of untying and retying had created grooves in the leather cord that served as closure. "She's beautiful," Eleanor breathed, though the words seemed inadequate to capture what she was seeing. The pouch seemed to radiate a sense of importance that went beyond its modest materials, a presence that spoke of stories contained, of possibilities held in careful suspension until the proper moment for their revelation arrived. Thomas's smile deepened as he settled into his favourite chair, a Windsor chair that had been shaped by decades of evening contemplation, its wooden surfaces polished smooth by the unconscious movements of a man who found his deepest peace in quiet reflection. "She holds 37 varieties," he said, his voice taking on the particular tone of someone sharing beloved statistics. "Some common enough, though even the common ones are becoming rarer as the old ways give ground to modern efficiency. But others exist nowhere else now, as far as anyone knows." He began to untie the leather cord with movements so practised they had become a ceremony, each gesture deliberate and respectful, acknowledging the significance of what lay within. Eleanor found herself holding her breath, struck by the realization that she was witnessing something that connected her directly to traditions of botanical preservation that predated university departments and scientific institutions, traditions that had kept knowledge alive through the simple expedient of caring enough to pass it carefully from one generation to the next. "Tell me about them," she said softly, settling into the chair Thomas indicated, a companion piece to his own, positioned to catch the lamplight that would make reading possible, to take advantage of the cottage's carefully planned arrangement of comfort and utility. "Tell me about the flowers that time forgot, and the grandmother who refused to let them disappear entirely." The leather pouch opened with the whispered sigh of something that had been waiting patiently for exactly this moment, revealing compartments lined with silk that had aged to the colour of ivory, each section holding seeds that seemed to shimmer with their own inner light in the cottage's lamp glow. Thomas's fingers moved among them with the reverent precision of someone handling relics, selecting a few specimens that caught the flame's dance and held it like captured starlight. Perhaps, he said, his voice carrying the gentle suggestion of someone who understood that certain stories demanded particular settings. These tales might be better shared under the sky that first blessed them. The bridge has heard these stories before, and the stars. Well, the stars remember everything, don't they? Eleanor nodded without hesitation, recognising in his words the kind of invitation that came rarely in a lifetime. The chance to step outside the ordinary boundaries of time and place into something that approached ritual, that acknowledged the sacred nature of stories passed down through generations of careful keeping. She had spent years in lecture halls and libraries, had written papers that reduced the mysteries of botanical life to dry academic prose, but she sensed that what Thomas offered required the kind of attention that could only be given under open sky, where the vastness of night reminded human concerns of their proper proportion. They gathered the precious pouch and a well-worn blanket that Thomas retrieved from a wooden chest, one of those practical treasures that spoke of preparations made by people who understood that comfort was something to be carried rather than stumbled upon by accident. The night had deepened while they sat in the cottage's warmth, and stepping outside was like entering a different world entirely, one where the familiar landscape of Bibury had been transformed by darkness into something both more mysterious and more intimate. The stars hung above them with the brilliant clarity that only came to places far from city lights, each point of light sharp as crystal against the velvet backdrop of rural night. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a river of light, and Eleanor found herself thinking of all the generations who had looked up at this same arrangement of celestial fire, who had found in the stars both guidance and wonder, both navigation and poetry. Thomas led the way back to the bridge with the sure-footed confidence of someone who had walked these paths in every season and weather, carrying the blanket over one arm while cradling the seed pouch with the particular care reserved for things that could not be replaced. The river Colne murmured its evening conversation below them, and the ancient stones seemed to exhale the day's accumulated warmth into the cooling air, creating gentle currents that carried the scent of water and limestone, of time held in perfect suspension between one breath and the next. They settled on the bridge's wide stone parapet, the blanket spread beneath them to soften the contact between human comfort and medieval practicality. The positioning seemed perfect without being planned close enough for quiet conversation, far enough apart to respect the careful boundaries that proper people maintained even when sharing extraordinary moments. The seed pouch rested between them like a shared confidence, its leather surface catching starlight and holding it, with the patience of something that had learned to treasure illumination wherever it might be found. My grandfather, Thomas began his voice, taking on the particular rhythm of someone settling into a story that had been shaped by countless tellings, returned from France in the spring of 1919. He'd been a gardener before the war. Of course, the gift ran in the family even then, but he came back to a world that seemed to have forgotten the point of growing things for beauty rather than mere survival. Eleanor felt something tighten in her chest at the mention of France, though she said nothing, allowing Thomas's words to flow over her like water over stone, smooth and persistent, and gradually wearing away the barriers that usually kept difficult memories safely contained. The war had touched every family in Britain, had left scars that went deeper than the visible wounds carried by returning soldiers, and had changed the very texture of daily life in ways that people were still learning to understand. The gardens had been turned to vegetable plots during the worst of it. Thomas continued, his eyes fixed on the stars as if reading the story from their ancient light. Every patch of earth that could grow food was pressed into service, which was right and proper, of course. But grandfather said that when the fighting finally stopped, when the guns went quiet and the news came that it was truly over, people seemed to have forgotten that beauty was also a kind of necessity, that the human spirit required more than mere calories to flourish. The river column whispered its agreement below them, carrying with it the scent of waterweeds and limestone, of secrets held in current and eddy, of countless nights when stories had been shared along these banks by people who understood that certain truths could only be revealed in darkness, under the patient witness of stars that had seen everything and judged nothing. He began with the worst places first, Thomas said, opening the pouch with movements that had become ceremonial through repetition, houses where men had not returned, where women were trying to hold families together on grief and government pensions and whatever work they could find. He would appear at their gates with this pouch and a handful of simple tools, asking permission to plant something beautiful where beauty had been sacrificed to necessity. Eleanor watched as Thomas's fingers moved among the seeds, selecting specimens with the practiced eye of someone who knew each variety by touch as well as sight. The seeds seemed to glow more brightly in starlight, as if their inner nature responded to illumination that came from sources older than human invention, and she found herself thinking of her own war years, the Red Cross training, the hospital work that had consumed her days while she waited for letters from France, the growing certainty that each sunrise might bring news that would reshape her understanding of what the future held. "The Cotswold's hill rose," Thomas said, holding up a seed that caught the starlight and threw it back like a tiny prism. Grandfather found the parent plant on a hillside above Chipping Campden, growing wild among stones where someone's cottage had stood centuries before. The variety had adapted to thrive in poor soil, in places where more delicate flowers would surrender to harsh conditions. He said it bloomed the colour of hope, not the bright hope of easy times, but the quieter hope that sustains people through long difficulties. Eleanor accepted the seed when Thomas offered it, feeling its weight in her palm like a small anchor to the present moment. The seed was larger than she had expected, and warmer, as if it contained not just potential life, but some spark of the energy that had sustained it through decades of careful preservation. She could imagine the rose it might become, not the pampered varieties that graced formal gardens, but something that belonged to the borderlands between cultivation and wildness, something that understood both beauty and survival. He planted them in the spaces where children used to play, Thomas continued, his voice carrying the particular gentleness of someone sharing memories that had been polished smooth by decades of careful keeping. Gardens where laughter had gone quiet, where mothers swept paths that no running feet would muddy. The roses didn't require much care once they established themselves, and they bloomed reliably every June, creating beauty that asked nothing of people who had already given more than anyone should be asked to give. Eleanor felt tears gathering behind her eyes, though whether they came from Thomas's story or her own memories she couldn't say. The war had taken so much from so many people, had carved absences into the fabric of daily life that no amount of time seemed able to mend completely. But there was something in the image of roses blooming in empty gardens, of beauty planted deliberately in places where sorrow had settled like dust, that spoke to possibilities she had almost forgotten existed. "I lost someone too," she found herself saying, the words emerging with the careful precision of someone who had learned to speak of loss without drowning in it. "My husband, James. He fell at the Somme in 1916, 3 months after we were married, 2 weeks before I learned I was carrying his child." The admission hung between them like a bridge across the space that separated one person's sorrow from another's, and Eleanor felt both relief and vulnerability in having spoken aloud the facts that had shaped her life for the past 8 years. Thomas made no sound of sympathy or surprise, but she could feel his attention settling on her words with the particular quality of someone who understood that some stories required silence rather than commentary, presence rather than advice. "I lost the baby 6 months later," she continued, her voice steady despite the tremor she could feel building in her chest. "The doctor said it sometimes happens, that grief could affect such things, but I couldn't help feeling that I'd failed them both. Failed to keep James safe. Failed to bring his child safely into the world. I threw myself into botanical work afterward, into travelling and cataloguing, as if I could document enough beauty to balance the accounts somehow. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, and Eleanor found comfort in their indifferent persistence, in the way they continued their celestial dance regardless of human joy or sorrow. She had spent countless nights during her travels looking up at similar skies, finding in their vastness a kind of peace that helped her understand her own losses as part of some larger pattern that her individual perspective was too limited to comprehend fully. The work helped, she said, surprising herself with the admission. Not in the way I expected it to, but in ways I'm still learning to understand. Every flower I catalogued felt like a small act of preservation, of refusing to beautiful things disappear without being properly witnessed and recorded. But I think I was also searching for something more personal, some sense that beauty could still exist in a world that had shown me how quickly everything precious could be taken away. Thomas nodded with the understanding of someone who had walked similar paths, though his journey had taken different turns. Grandfather said that planting those gardens taught him something about the nature of hope, he offered, his voice carrying the weight of inherited wisdom. Not the hope that expects specific outcomes, but the kind that simply refuses to surrender to despair, that continues to plant seeds even when the harvest seems uncertain. Eleanor felt something shift inside her chest, a loosening of knots that had been tied so tightly for so long she had almost forgotten they were there. There was something in Thomas's presence, in his gentle acceptance of her story, without attempts to minimize or explain away her losses, that reminded her of what human connection could offer, not the erasure of sorrow, but the possibility of carrying it in company rather than isolation. He kept detailed records, Thomas continued, opening another compartment of the seed pouch to reveal specimens that seemed to capture different qualities of light, some golden as summer afternoons, others silver as moonlight on water. Not just of what he planted and where, but of how people responded, what seemed to bring comfort, what varieties thrived in which kinds of soil and situation. He understood that healing was as much an art as gardening, that different people needed different kinds of beauty to help them find their way back to engagement with life. The bridge beneath them seemed to pulse gently with the accumulated warmth of the day, stone that had absorbed centuries of sunlight releasing it slowly into the cooling air. Eleanor could feel the ancient rhythm of the place settling into her bones, the sense that she was participating in something larger than her individual story, something that connected her losses and discoveries to generations of people who had found ways to continue despite whatever sorrows life had brought their way. The meadow star, Thomas said, selecting a seed that seemed to hold captured moonlight in its pale surface. This one came from a field above Bourton-on-the-Water, where Grandfather found it growing in circles that the local children called fairy rings. The flowers bloom only at night, opening when the first stars appear and closing again before dawn. He planted them in places where people sat in the evenings, beside kitchen gardens where women snapped beans by lamplight, along paths where men walked when sleep wouldn't come and the house felt too small to contain their restlessness. Eleanor accepted this seed as well, holding both specimens carefully in her cupped palms, feeling their combined weight like a small anchor to possibilities she had almost stopped believing existed. These seeds seemed to warm under her touch, and she found herself thinking about the courage required to plant things in darkness, to trust that invisible processes would transform small, dormant packages of possibility into living beauty that could offer comfort to strangers. "I've spent these 8 years travelling," she found herself saying, though she hadn't planned to share more of her story. Following rumours of rare varieties, documenting flowers that might otherwise be lost to progress or neglect. I told myself it was scientific work, important for preservation and understanding, but I think I was really searching for evidence that beauty could survive anything, that there were forms of life too persistent and too precious to be destroyed by human foolishness or tragedy. The river con murmured its ancient song below them, and Eleanor felt herself settling more deeply into the rhythm of this place, into the particular peace that came from being witnessed without being judged, from having her story received by someone who understood that grief was not something to be solved, but something to be integrated, woven into the larger fabric of a life that could still hold meaning despite loss. "And have you found it?" Thomas asked gently, his question carrying genuine curiosity rather than mere politeness. "The evidence you were searching for?" Eleanor considered the question, while the stars wheeled overhead in their eternal dance, while the night air carried the scent of growing things and ancient stones, while the seeds in her palms seemed to pulse with their own quiet promises. "I think," she said finally, "I'm beginning to." Thomas's fingers hesitated over the sea pouch's innermost compartment, a section so small and carefully concealed that Eleanor hadn't noticed it during their earlier examination. His weathered hands trembled slightly, not with age, she realized, but with the particular reverence reserved for something that carried the weight of generations of wonder and disappointment, of hopes planted and seasons waited through without the harvest that faithful tending seemed to promise. "There is one more," he said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might disturb something that had been sleeping for far too long. "One seed that has puzzled 3 generations of our family, that has been planted in every kind of soil, under every phase of the moon, in every season that patience could devise. Yet it remains as it has always been, beautiful, perfect, and utterly unwilling to surrender its secrets to any ordinary understanding of how seeds ought to behave." The night seemed to lean closer around them, the stars pressing down with ancient curiosity, while the river Colne paused in its eternal conversation to listen. Eleanor felt her breath catch in her throat, recognizing in Thomas's tone the particular mixture of frustration and fascination that came when scientific training encountered something that refused to yield to conventional wisdom, something that demanded to be approached with different kinds of knowledge entirely. His fingers worked at the hidden catch, with movements so practiced they had become ritual, revealing a compartment lined with velvet that had aged to the colour of midnight. Nestled within, cushioned as carefully as a precious gem, lay a single seed that made Eleanor gasp aloud despite herself. It was unlike anything she had ever seen in her years of botanical study. Larger than seemed possible for any flower she could name, its surface shifting between colours that had no names in any language she knew, deep purples that became midnight blues that became something that wasn't quite silver, but suggested the space between starlight and shadow. "The heart's true season seed," Thomas said, lifting it with the careful reverence of someone handling a relic. "That's what the village has always called it, though no one remembers any more who first gave it that name or what it was supposed to mean. My great-grandmother found it in a meadow that she swore appeared only during the full moon in June, in a place that couldn't be found again during daylight hours or any other time of year." Eleanor extended her hands without conscious thought, and Thomas placed the seed in her cupped palms with the solemnity of someone passing along a sacred trust. The moment it touched her skin, she felt something that made her scientific training rebel, even as her deeper instincts recognized truth. Warmth that seemed to come from within the seed itself, a pulse that matched the rhythm of her own heartbeat. And something else, something that made her think of James's laughter on their wedding morning, of the child she'd carried so briefly, of all the possibilities that had seemed to stretch ahead of them like an endless summer before the war taught her how quickly everything could change. "My grandmother planted it 17 times, Thomas continued, his voice taking on the cadence of someone reciting a litany that had been worn smooth by countless repetitions. "My father tried it at 12. I've attempted it 9 times myself, in every corner of the garden, in pots and beds and wild places where I thought it might prefer the freedom to choose its own companions. Nothing. It remains as perfect as the day great-grandmother found it, as if time itself has agreed to wait until whatever condition it requires finally arrives." The seed pulsed gently in Eleanor's hands, and she found herself thinking of all the seeds she had planted in her botanical work, all the careful measurements and controlled conditions, the scientific protocols designed to eliminate variables and produce predictable results. But this seed seemed to exist outside such certainties, to belong to a different category of possibility entirely, one that required not just proper soil and adequate moisture, but something less tangible, something that connected the mechanics of growth to the deeper mysteries of timing and readiness, and the particular seasons of the human heart. The legend says, Thomas said, his eyes fixed on the seed, as if it might finally reveal its secrets under sufficient observation, that it will bloom only when the heart's true season arrives. But what that means exactly, has been debated by every generation of gardeners who have tried to coax life from it. Some thought it meant springtime, others the full richness of summer. My father was convinced it referred to autumn, to the season when things ripen and come to their proper fulfillment. Eleanor turned the seed gently in her palms, watching how it caught and held the starlight, how its surface seemed to contain depths that suggested whole worlds might be folded within its smooth curves. "What do you think it means?" she asked, though she suspected the question was one that each person had to answer for themselves, that the seed itself might be waiting not for any external condition but for something internal, for some alignment between outer circumstances and inner readiness that couldn't be forced or predicted. Thomas smiled with the particular expression of someone who had spent decades pondering a question without reaching any conclusions that satisfied him completely. "I used to think it was about timing," he admitted, "about finding the right moment in the calendar, the proper combination of weather and soil temperature and lunar phase. But as the years passed, as I watched it remain unchanged through seasons that brought everything else to life, I began to wonder if the season it waits for isn't marked by any clock or calendar that human beings have devised." The night air stirred around them, carrying with it the scent of sleeping flowers and limestone warmed by starlight, of water moving over stones that had been shaped by centuries of patient erosion. Eleanor felt herself settling into the rhythm of this place, into the particular peace that came from being in the presence of mysteries that demanded not solution, but contemplation, not understanding, but acceptance of the limits of what could be known through ordinary means. "Would you like to see where she found it?" Thomas asked, returning the seed to its velvet nest with movements that spoke of long practice in handling precious things. "The meadow, I mean. It's not the same as it was in my great-grandmother's time. Nothing could be, after all the changes the years have brought, but the place itself remembers, and on nights like this, when the stars are bright and the world feels thin between what is and what might be, sometimes you can sense what drew her there." Eleanor found herself nodding before her practical mind could raise objections about wandering through unfamiliar countryside in the darkness, about the proprieties that governed such expeditions, about the lateness of the hour and the long day of travel that had already tested her usual reserves of energy. But something in Thomas's manner suggested that this was not a casual invitation, that he was offering her the chance to step outside the ordinary boundaries of tourist observation, into something that approached pilgrimage, that acknowledged the sacred nature of places where mystery had taken root and refused to be explained away. They rose from the bridge's stone embrace, with the careful coordination of people who had shared something that changed the nature of their acquaintance, who had moved beyond the polite exchanges of strangers into the more dangerous territory of actual connection. Thomas gathered the blanket and secured the seed pouch with movements that spoke of long habit, while Eleanor found herself looking back at the ancient stones as if memorizing a threshold she might not cross again, a moment when possibility had opened like a flower in the darkness of an ordinary evening. The path Thomas chose led them away from the village proper, following the river's silver thread through countryside that seemed to exist in its own pocket of time, where the modern world's urgencies couldn't penetrate the older rhythms of stone and water, of things that grew according to seasons unmarked by any human calendar. The moonlight transformed a familiar daytime landscape into something altogether more mysterious, casting shadows that suggested hidden depths, revealing contours that daylight kept secret. "Great-grandmother was what people called a wise woman," Thomas said as they walked, his voice pitched to carry no further than Eleanor's ears, as if the story he was sharing belonged to the night and shouldn't disturb whatever daytime inhabitants might be sleeping in the cottages they passed. Not in any sinister sense, you understand, but in the old way. Someone who knew which plants could ease a fever, which combinations of herbs might help a difficult birth, where to find the varieties that had been growing wild since before anyone thought to call them weeds. Eleanor listened with the particular attention she reserved for stories that connected her work to traditions that predated scientific classification, that reminded her that human beings had been observing and preserving botanical knowledge for centuries before universities formalized such study into academic disciplines. She had encountered similar figures in her travels, elderly women who could identify medicinal plants by scent alone, who knew the properties of varieties that existed in no official catalogue, who carried in their memories knowledge that was simultaneously practical and mysterious. The Victorian era wasn't kind to such knowledge, Thomas continued, guiding Eleanor along a path that seemed to know where it was going, even when she couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. Progress demanded that everything be explained, catalogued, made to fit into proper categories. The old ways of knowing were dismissed as superstition, replaced by systems that trusted only what could be measured and repeated in controlled conditions. They passed beneath an ancient oak, whose branches created a canopy so thick that the starlight filtered through in scattered fragments like coins dropped on dark water. Eleanor could feel the tree's presence as a living cathedral, its root system extending deep into earth that held the memories of centuries, its crown reaching toward constellations that had guided travellers along these paths since before the Romans built their first roads through the Cotswold hills. But my great-grandmother refused to let such knowledge disappear entirely, Thomas said, his voice carrying the pride of someone whose family had chosen preservation over convenience, tradition over fashion. She created secret places where the old varieties could continue to thrive, where the plants that had been declared useless or inconvenient could maintain their ancient partnerships with soil and season, waiting for times when human wisdom might once again recognize their value. The path began to climb, following contours that seemed to have been worn by feet that knew exactly where they were going, that had walked this route so many times it had become as familiar as breathing. Eleanor felt her city-trained muscles adjusting to the rhythm of upland walking, to the particular coordination required for moving across uneven ground in uncertain light, and found herself grateful for the botanical expeditions that had taught her to trust her feet and maintain her balance on terrain that demanded attention rather than assumption. Here, Thomas said, pausing at what seemed to be merely another turn in the path, but which Eleanor sensed marked some significant transition, some crossing between ordinary countryside and something that belonged to different categories of experience entirely. Here is where it begins, the meadow that exists in its own time, that follows seasons that have nothing to do with any calendar that human beings have devised. Eleanor looked ahead and saw what appeared to be a gap in the hedgerow, an opening so perfectly placed it seemed to have been planned by someone who understood how landscape should reveal itself gradually, how mystery should be approached through stages rather than sudden revelation. Moonlight streamed through the gap like water through a mill race, illuminating grass that seemed to glow with its own inner radiance, flowers that bloomed in colours that had no names in daylight's vocabulary. The Whitmore Meadow, Thomas said, though his voice carried a note of apology, as if the family name attached to such a place presumed more ownership than any human being could rightfully claim over something that clearly belonged to older powers entirely. Great-grandmother never called it that, of course. She said it was simply the place where forgotten flowers remembered how to bloom, where varieties that had been lost to progress could continue their ancient conversation with the moon and stars and whatever forces govern the deeper seasons of the natural world. They stepped through the gap together, and Eleanor felt the transition as a physical sensation, the air growing softer against her skin, the scent of growing things becoming richer and more complex, the very quality of light changing as if they had entered a place where different laws applied, where the ordinary rules of botany and horticulture gave way to possibilities that her scientific training had no vocabulary to describe. The meadow spread before them in the moonlight like a living tapestry, each thread woven from varieties she had never seen before, flowers that seemed to have been designed by someone who understood that beauty was not merely decoration, but a form of communication, a way that the natural world spoke of mysteries too deep for human language to capture adequately. Some bloomed in clusters that caught and held the moonlight like captured stars, others swayed in invisible currents that seemed to move according to their own understanding of rhythm and timing. She spent 40 years creating this place, Thomas said, his voice filled with the particular awe of someone who had inherited something almost too precious to bear. Gathering seeds from meadows that were being claimed by agriculture, from hillsides that were being turned to pasture, from places where wildflowers had grown undisturbed since before human beings learned to shape the land according to their own purposes. Eleanor walked among the flowers with the careful reverence of someone who recognized that she was being granted access to something sacred, something that existed not for human benefit but according to its own imperatives, though it was generous enough to share its beauty with visitors who approached it with proper respect. The variety she saw defied every system of classification she had learned, seemed to belong to categories that connected botanical life to larger mysteries of season and starlight, of the particular conditions that allowed beauty to flourish in a world increasingly organised around efficiency rather than wonder. "And the heart's true season seed?" Eleanor asked, though she suspected she already knew the answer. That the mysterious seed in Thomas' pouch was connected to this place in ways that went deeper than mere origin, suggesting relationships between human longing and natural possibility that her academic training had never prepared her to understand. Thomas smiled with the expression of someone whose deepest questions had found their proper setting, though not necessarily their final answers. "Great-grandmother said it came from the very centre of the meadow," he replied, gesturing toward a spot where the moonlight seemed to gather itself into something approaching visibility, where the flowers grew in patterns that suggested intention rather than accident. From a plant that bloomed only once, on the night she first found this place, and then vanished as if it had accomplished whatever purpose had brought it into being. Eleanor felt her heart skip as she looked toward the meadow's heart, sensing something that made her think of James's voice, calling her name across impossible distances, of the child she'd carried so briefly stirring in recognition of possibilities that transcended the ordinary boundaries between what was lost and what might yet be found. This seed, she realised, was not waiting for any external season, but for the moment when someone's heart had learned to bloom in ground that grief had prepared, in soil that had been enriched by loss and patience, and the kind of hope that asked for nothing but the chance to continue growing. "I think," she said softly, her words carrying into the night air like seeds themselves, "I'm beginning to understand what heart's true season might mean." The decision came to Eleanor as naturally as breathing, requiring no deliberation or careful weighing of practical considerations. When Thomas suggested, as they walked back through the sleeping village in the small hours before dawn, that she might consider extending her stay beyond the single night she had originally planned, she found herself nodding before her rational mind could raise the usual objections about schedules and obligations, about the botanical surveys waiting in her London flat, and the academic conferences that marked the calendar of her professional life. "The Swan keeps rooms available for longer guests," Thomas had said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone making a practical suggestion, while hoping for acceptance that went deeper than mere convenience. "And there's always work in the gardens, if you've a mind for it. These old hands aren't quite what they once were, and spring has a way of arriving with more enthusiasm than one person can properly manage alone." Eleanor looked back toward the ancient bridge where they had shared stories under starlight, where the mysterious flowers still glowed with their inexplicable radiance, and felt something settle in her chest that she hadn't experienced since before the war taught her that plans were fragile things, easily shattered by forces beyond human control. This felt different, not like the desperate grasping after certainty that had driven her restless travels, but like a homecoming to a place she'd never known she was searching for. The weeks that followed unfolded with the particular grace that comes when human activity aligns itself with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. Eleanor moved her few belongings from the Swan Hotel's guest room to a smaller chamber that the proprietress, Mrs. Hartwell, no relation to her late mentor, though the coincidence of names felt like another of Bibury's gentle mysteries, reserved for guests who found themselves reluctant to leave the village's embracing quiet. The room was simple in the way that country accommodations had perfected over centuries of practice. Clean whitewashed walls, a narrow bed with quilts that smelled of lavender and sunshine, a writing desk positioned to catch the morning light that streamed through mullioned windows overlooking the river. It was exactly the kind of space that invited contemplation rather than restlessness, that encouraged its occupant to settle into the slower rhythms of village life, rather than maintaining the perpetual readiness for departure that had characterized Eleanor's travels. Her days began before sunrise, when the air held the particular coolness that came just before dawn's first light touched the honey-coloured stones of the cottages. Thomas would be waiting by the bridge, his weathered hands already busy among the mysterious flowers that had grown stronger and more radiant with each passing night, their petals now catching not just starlight, but the faintest suggestion of approaching day, transforming the subtle illumination into something that seemed to breathe with its own quiet pulse. "Morning, Eleanor," he would say, his greeting carrying the comfortable familiarity of people who had found in each other's company something that improved the quality of solitude without demanding the exhausting performance of constant conversation. "The sweet briar seeds are ready for planting today. If you've a mind to help an old gardener coaxes them into proper soil." They worked together with the synchronicity of people who had discovered complementary strengths. Thomas's decades of experience guiding Eleanor's more academic understanding of botanical principles, her careful observation refining his intuitive knowledge of what each variety required for successful transplantation. The ancient seeds responded to their combined attention with enthusiasm that bordered on eagerness, as if they had been waiting years for exactly this partnership between traditional wisdom and scientific curiosity. The sweet briar had been the first variety they planted together, seeds that Thomas's great-grandmother had gathered from hedgerows that had bordered Roman roads, where the plants had learned to thrive despite the constant traffic of an empire that cared little for wildflowers that served no obvious purpose. But Eleanor discovered, as she watched the first green shoots push through carefully prepared soil, that these wild roses carried in their genetic memory the ability to create beauty that asked for nothing but the chance to bloom, that offered their fragrance to anyone who paused long enough to notice. "They'll want to climb," Thomas had explained as they worked, his hands demonstrating the proper depth for planting while Eleanor took notes in the leather journal she had begun keeping specifically for recording their shared experiments. Not in the aggressive way of some climbers, mind you, but with the patient persistence of things that understand the value of reaching toward light without overwhelming whatever gives them support. Eleanor found herself thinking of the metaphor as she helped train the young vines around the wooden supports Thomas had crafted from branches cut during winter pruning. How the roses seemed to understand instinctively the difference between partnership and parasitism, between using support and exploiting it. There was something in their growth pattern that spoke to her of her own recent experience, of learning to accept help without surrendering independence, to find strength and connection without losing the particular qualities that made such connection valuable. The village responded to their work with the kind of quiet appreciation that came from people who understood that beauty was not luxury but necessity, that the careful tending of flowers served purposes that went deeper than mere decoration. Mrs. Pemberton, who kept the post office and general store, mentioned that she slept better since the sweet briar had begun blooming beneath her bedroom window, that the scent seemed to carry with it dreams of summers from her childhood, when the world had felt safer and more manageable. Mr. Davies, the blacksmith whose forge stood at the village's edge, confessed that he had taken to timing his evening walk to coincide with the moment when the meadow stars opened their nocturnal blooms along the path that led to Thomas's cottage. The flower's gentle radiance, he said, reminded him of the stars he had navigated by during his service in France, but without the fear that had accompanied those wartime observations, with only the peace that came from recognizing beauty that existed for no purpose except its own fulfillment. As spring deepened into the fuller warmth of early summer, Eleanor and Thomas expanded their planting to include varieties that challenged even her extensive botanical knowledge. The Cotswold's hill rose proved particularly fascinating, a variety that seemed to exist in the borderland between wild and cultivated, that produced blooms of such subtle complexity they appeared to change colour depending on the observer's angle of approach, the quality of light, and perhaps even the emotional state of the person who paused to appreciate them. Great-grandmother said they were responsive to human moods, Thomas explained as they planted the rose bushes in carefully chosen locations throughout the village. Beside the churchyard gate where mourners might find comfort, a long path that led to the school where children's laughter could mingle with fragrance, near the Swan Hotel's entrance, where travellers might encounter beauty at the moment of arrival, rather than having to seek it out. Eleanor documented their growth with the careful precision of someone who understood that she was witnessing something that challenged conventional understanding of how plants interacted with their environment. The roses seemed to bloom more vibrantly when approached by people who carried sorrow, as if their genetic memory included some ancient programming that recognised the human need for beauty as balm against life's inevitable difficulties. Their daily routine became a form of moving meditation, their conversations flowing with the same gentle persistence as the River Colne, touching on everything and nothing with the particular intimacy that developed between people who had learned to work together without the need for constant explanation or justification. Thomas shared stories that his great-grandmother had passed down, along with the seeds, tales of flowers that had bloomed in impossible places, of varieties that had survived conditions that should have destroyed them, of the patient intelligence that seemed to guide botanical life towards solutions that human cleverness had never considered. Eleanor found herself contributing her own observations, insights that emerged from the intersection of academic training and daily experience, theories about adaptation and resilience that took on new meaning when tested against the evidence of plants that thrived despite, or perhaps because of, conditions that violated every rule she had learned about proper cultivation. Her journals filled with sketches and notes that captured not just the physical characteristics of each variety, but the more subtle qualities that seemed to connect botanical life to larger mysteries of survival and beauty, of the particular grace that allowed living things to flourish in circumstances that logic suggested should be impossible. The mysterious seed from the pouch's innermost compartment remained dormant despite their careful attention, despite experiments with different soils and locations, despite Eleanor's attempts to create conditions that might trigger whatever internal mechanism governed its willingness to reveal its secrets. But rather than feeling frustrated by its continued refusal to comply with their expectations, Eleanor found herself developing a different relationship to the seed's stubborn patience. "Perhaps," she said one evening as they sat in Thomas's cottage garden, watching the meadow stars prepare for their nightly illumination, "it's not waiting for us to discover the right conditions. Perhaps it's waiting for us to become the right people. People who no longer need to understand everything in order to appreciate its value." Thomas nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose intuitions had found confirmation in wiser counsel than his own. "My father used to say that some seeds carry their own calendars," he replied, his voice carrying the particular contentment that came from work well done, in a company that improved the quality of effort. That they measure time not in seasons, but in readiness, in the accumulation of whatever internal conditions make growth possible rather than merely inevitable. The evening air carried the scent of their shared labours, sweet briar mixing with Cotswolds, hill rose, the green breath of vegetables thriving in well-tended soil, the complex fragrance of herbs that had been chosen as much for their healing properties as their culinary applications. Eleanor breathed deeply, feeling something in her chest that she gradually recognised as happiness, not the desperate joy that grasped after moments of pleasure, but the quieter satisfaction that came from days spent in meaningful work, from connecting her particular skills to purposes that serve something larger than personal ambition. "I've been thinking," she said, though the words emerged tentatively, as if the thought itself were still forming, still deciding whether it was ready for exposure to air and scrutiny, about what it means to tend something without knowing when, or if, it will reward such attention, about the kind of faith that plants seeds in darkness and trusts that invisible processes will transform dormant potential into living beauty. Thomas smiled with the particular expression of someone who recognised in another person's discoveries echoes of truths he had learned through decades of patient observation. "And what conclusions have your thoughts reached?" he asked, though his tone suggested that he was less interested in answers than in the quality of questioning itself, in the particular way that working with growing things taught patience with mysteries that refused to yield to direct interrogation. Eleanor looked toward the bridge where their friendship had begun, where the mysterious flowers continued their nightly display of impossible radiance. where she had first begun to understand that some forms of beauty existed not to be explained but to be experienced, not to be catalogued, but to be received with the kind of open attention that transformed observers into participants in ongoing mysteries. "I think," she said, her voice carrying the wonder of someone who had discovered something valuable by ceasing to search for it directly, "that I'm learning to bloom in my own time, in my own way. That grief doesn't have to be overcome so much as integrated, composted into soil that can nurture different kinds of growth than I originally expected." The stars emerged one by one above them, and the meadow stars responded by opening their nocturnal faces to catch and hold celestial light, transforming Thomas's cottage garden into a constellation that connected earth and sky through the simple act of flowering in darkness. Eleanor felt herself settling more deeply into this place and this moment, into the particular peace that asked nothing but the chance to continue growing in whatever direction such connection chose to take. The mysterious seed pulsed gently in its velvet nest, patient as starlight, waiting for whatever season of the heart would finally call it into bloom. Midsummer arrived in Bibury with the kind of golden abundance that seemed to distill the very essence of English countryside into a single, perfect day. Eleanor woke before dawn, as had become her custom, but this morning carried a different quality of light, softer, more honeyed, as if the sun itself understood that this was a day set apart from ordinary time, a day when the village would gather to celebrate the fullness of summer and the particular magic that happened when community and season aligned in perfect harmony. The midsummer celebration was one of Bibury's oldest traditions, predating even the Norman stones of the church, reaching back to times when the Celtic inhabitants of these hills marked the year's turning with ceremonies that acknowledged the sacred relationship between human life and the rhythms of earth and sky. The festival had evolved over the centuries, absorbing Christian symbolism and Victorian propriety, but at its heart it remained what it had always been, a recognition that certain moments in the calendar demanded not just observance but participation, not just acknowledgement, but joy. Eleanor dressed with particular care, choosing the simple linen dress she had purchased from Mrs. Pemberton's shop, dyed the soft green of new leaves, and cut in the practical style favoured by women who valued freedom of movement over fashion's restrictions. The fabric breathed against her skin in the morning warmth, and she found herself thinking of how much her relationship with clothing had changed during her weeks in Bibury, from the protective armour of travelling suits designed to establish her professional credentials to garments that invited touch and comfort, that suggested she had found a place where she could be herself, rather than the carefully constructed persona that academic life had required. Thomas was waiting by the bridge, as she had known he would be, but this morning he had brought company a wheelbarrow loaded with baskets and garden shears, lengths of ribbon, in colours that echoed the heritage flowers they had coaxed into bloom throughout the village, and an expression of quiet anticipation that reminded Eleanor of children on Christmas morning, carefully containing their excitement until the proper moment for its release arrived. "Morning, Eleanor," he said, his greeting carrying the particular warmth that had developed between them over weeks of shared labour, shared stories, shared recognition of mysteries that demanded reverence rather than explanation. Ready to dress our old bridge in her midsummer finery, she's been waiting centuries for flowers like these to grace her stones again. Eleanor smiled, feeling something expand in her chest that she gradually recognised as pure happiness, not the complicated joy that required justification or the desperate pleasure that feared its own transience, but the simple satisfaction that came from meaningful work undertaken in good company on a day that promised to be filled with exactly the kind of beauty that made all the difficulties of ordinary life seem worthwhile. They began with the sweet briar, the variety that had been their first shared success, whose climbing stems had grown strong enough to support elaborate arrangements without damage to either plant or stone. Thomas demonstrated the technique his great-grandmother had taught him for weaving flowers into garlands that would hold their shape throughout the day's festivities, not binding them so tightly that their natural grace was lost, but creating structures that allowed each bloom to contribute to a larger pattern while maintaining its individual character. The secret, Thomas explained as his weathered fingers worked among the rose stems with the patient precision of someone who had learned that beauty could not be hurried, is to let each flower find its own place in the arrangement, rather than forcing it into positions that fight against its natural inclinations. My great-grandmother always said that flowers were like people. In that regard, they contributed their best when they were allowed to be themselves rather than moulded into shapes that satisfied someone else's idea of how they ought to appear. Eleanor watched his hands create patterns that seemed both deliberate and spontaneous, arrangements that captured the eye without demanding attention, that enhanced the bridge's ancient stones rather than competing with their weathered dignity. She had seen similar garlands in her travels, the elaborate floral displays that marked festivals throughout Britain. But there was something different about these arrangements, something that spoke of deeper understanding than mere decoration, of recognition that the flowers and stones and water and sky were all part of a single complex conversation about the nature of beauty and belonging. As the morning progressed, other villagers began to arrive, drawn by the sound of quiet laughter and the sight of the bridge gradually transforming under Eleanor and Thomas's patient attention. Mrs. Pemberton appeared with a basket of ribbon and a thermos of tea that steamed fragrantly in the warming air, settling onto a wooden stool she had thoughtfully brought from her shop to watch the proceedings with the satisfied expression of someone whose neighbours were fulfilling her deepest hopes for community celebration. "Haven't seen the bridge dressed proper in 20 years or more," she observed, her voice carrying the particular contentment that came from witnessing traditions revived after seasons of dormancy. "My grandmother used to tell stories of midsummer festivals when she was a girl, when every cottage garden contributed something to the bridge's decoration, when the whole village turned out to honour the season's fullness." Mr. Davies arrived next, having closed his forge early in honour of the day, his massive hands surprisingly gentle as he helped lift garlands into position along the bridge's stone parapet. His participation seemed to signal some kind of permission to the rest of the village, and soon Eleanor found herself working alongside people whose names she had learned during her weeks of residence, but whose stories she was only beginning to understand. Families whose roots in Bibury stretched back generations, newcomers who had found in the village's embracing quiet something they hadn't known they were searching for. The children were the last to join them, having been released from their morning lessons by Miss Hartwell, the village school mistress, who had declared that midsummer preparation constituted education of the highest order, involving as it did history, botany, community cooperation, and the kind of practical learning that could only happen through direct participation in meaningful work. They threw themselves into the task with the wholehearted enthusiasm that only children could bring to projects that adults approached with careful consideration, their laughter adding a quality of joy to the work that transformed labour into celebration. Young Sarah Pemberton, Mrs. Pemberton's granddaughter, appointed herself Eleanor's special assistant, her small fingers surprisingly adept at weaving flower stems into complex patterns, while maintaining a steady stream of observations about the various blooms and their particular characteristics. Eleanor found herself explaining botanical principles in terms that made sense to a 7-year-old mind, discovering that such translation often revealed aspects of plant behaviour that her more formal education had obscured beneath layers of technical vocabulary. "Why do the meadow stars only bloom at night?" Sarah asked, her question carrying the kind of directness that cut through decades of scientific theorising to reach the heart of mystery. "Don't they want to see the sun?" Eleanor paused in her weaving, considering how to answer a question that her academic training would have addressed through discussions of phototropism and evolutionary adaptation, but which Sarah's curiosity demanded be met with something deeper, something that acknowledged the genuine strangeness of flowers, that chose darkness over daylight, that found in starlight whatever they required for their particular form of flourishing. "I think," Eleanor said finally, settling onto her heels so she could meet Sarah's eyes directly, "that they understand something about beauty that day-blooming flowers haven't learned yet." They know that some kinds of light are too precious to share with everyone, that there's something magical about flowers that only people who are willing to stay awake and look carefully can ever see properly. Sarah nodded with the grave satisfaction of someone whose questions had been taken seriously, whose curiosity had been met with answers that respected both mystery and understanding. She returned to her weaving with renewed concentration, and Eleanor felt a particular warmth spread through her chest as she realised that she had just participated in the kind of teaching that her mentor, Professor Hartwell, had always insisted was the highest calling of botanical education. Not the mere transmission of facts, but the cultivation of wonder that could sustain a lifetime of careful observation and patient inquiry. By midday, the bridge had been transformed into something that belonged simultaneously to the medieval world that had built its stones and the living present, that had dressed it in flowers that seemed to capture and hold the golden light of summer at its fullest expression. The sweet briar created graceful swags along the parapet, its pink blooms releasing their ancient fragrance into air that already carried the scent of river water and limestone, of grass growing in meadows where sheep grazed beneath skies so blue they seemed to have been painted by someone who understood that certain days demanded colours that existed nowhere else in nature's palette. The Cotswold's hill Rose added deeper notes to the arrangement, its complex blooms shifting through shades of gold and cream and sunset pink as the light changed throughout the day, creating patterns that seemed to breathe with the river's gentle rhythm. But it was the mysterious flowers from Thomas's bridgeside garden that provided the arrangement's true magic, their opalescent petals catching and transforming the abundant sunlight into something that seemed to come from sources beyond the ordinary spectrum, creating an effect that made the entire bridge appear to glow with inner radiance. "She's never looked more beautiful," Thomas said, his voice carrying the particular satisfaction of someone whose lifetime of labour had culminated in a moment of perfect fulfilment. Great-grandmother would have been proud to see her dressed in flowers that carry the genetic memory of hills she wandered decades ago, of meadows that exist now only in the seeds she had the wisdom to preserve. Eleanor stepped back to survey their morning's work, feeling something that went deeper than mere artistic satisfaction. The bridge looked as if it had been designed specifically for this purpose, as if the medieval stonemasons had somehow anticipated that one day their creation would serve as a framework for displaying flowers that connected the present moment to traditions that stretched back to times when human beings understood their place in the natural world as participants, rather than merely observers, as partners in ongoing conversations about beauty and meaning, and the particular responsibilities that came with being creatures capable of recognizing wonder when it presented itself. The formal celebration began at sunset, when the entire village gathered on the green that stretched between the church and the river, bringing with them the kind of feast that only communities could create, contributions that reflected not just individual generosity, but the collective understanding that certain occasions demanded more than ordinary hospitality, that required the pooling of resources and talents in service of something that belonged to everyone and no one, that created meaning through the simple act of sharing abundance with neighbours who had become something approaching family. Eleanor found herself seated between Thomas and Mrs. Pemberton, at a long table that had been constructed from planks and sawhorses, its improvised nature somehow adding to rather than detracting from the formality of the occasion. The food spread before them represented the best that Bibury's gardens and kitchens could offer. Fresh bread, still warm from ovens that had been fired before dawn, butter churned that morning from cream so rich it seemed to contain concentrated sunshine. Vegetables picked at their peak of ripeness, and prepared with the kind of attention that transformed simple ingredients into expressions of care and community. But it was the flowers that made the meal memorable, arrangements that Thomas and Eleanor had created specifically for the tables, combinations of heritage varieties that released their fragrances as the evening air cooled, creating an atmosphere that seemed to exist outside ordinary time, that connected the assembled villagers to celebrations that had taken place on this same green for centuries, that would continue long after the present generation had contributed their own stories to the accumulated wisdom of place and tradition. As the light faded and the first stars appeared above the church spire, lanterns were lit and placed among the table arrangements, their warm glow mixing with the natural luminescence of the meadow stars that had been woven throughout the garlands. Eleanor felt herself settling into a peace she hadn't experienced since childhood. The particular contentment that came from being exactly where she belonged, surrounded by people who had welcomed her, not as a visitor, but as someone whose presence improved the quality of community life, whose skills and stories had become part of the village's ongoing conversation about what it meant to live well in a particular place. "Look," Sarah whispered, tugging at Eleanor's sleeve with the urgency of someone who had spotted something wonderful that adults might miss if not properly alerted. "Look at the bridge." Eleanor turned toward the river and caught her breath. The bridge stood outlined against the darkening sky like something from a fairy tale, its flower garlands glowing with a radiance that seemed to come from within the blooms themselves, rather than from any external source. The mysterious flowers that Thomas tended by the water's edge had begun their nightly display, their opalescent petals creating patterns of light that reflected in the river column's dark surface, transforming the ancient stones into something that belonged simultaneously to the medieval world that had built them and to realms of possibility that existed beyond the boundaries of ordinary experience. "She's blessing the celebration," Thomas said softly, his voice carrying the wonder of someone who had witnessed many mysteries, but never ceased to be amazed by the particular magic that happened when human intention aligned with natural forces in moments of perfect grace, showing us that we've honoured the old ways properly, that we've remembered what midsummer is really about. Eleanor felt tears gathering behind her eyes, though whether they came from beauty or gratitude or the overwhelming sense of having finally arrived at a destination she hadn't known she was seeking, she couldn't say. The bridge seemed to pulse with accumulated light, each flower contributing to a pattern that connected the present celebration to all the midsummer festivals that had preceded it, to all the generations of villagers who had understood that certain moments in the year's turning demanded not just observation, but participation, not just acknowledgement, but joy. As the formal feast gave way to the quieter pleasures of evening conversation, Eleanor found herself walking alongside Thomas toward their familiar spot on the bridge, drawn by the same impulse that had guided their footsteps on so many previous evenings when the day's work was done and the peace of Bibury settled around them like a blessing. But tonight felt different, charged with significance that went beyond their usual companionable silence, weighted with the kind of importance that suggested something was about to change, to transform, to reveal itself in ways that would reshape her understanding of what the future might hold. They settled onto the stone parapet that had become their preferred place for evening reflection, surrounded by the flower garlands that their morning's work had created, breathing air that carried the complex fragrance of heritage varieties, mixed with the green scent of summer grass, and the ancient smell of limestone that had been absorbing and releasing the warmth of countless seasons. The mysterious flowers continued their gentle display, their light pulsing in rhythm with the river's quiet conversation, creating an atmosphere that seemed to exist outside ordinary time, that connected them to traditions and possibilities that stretched far beyond the boundaries of individual experience. "Eleanor," Thomas said, his voice carrying a weight that made her turn toward him, with the full attention of someone who recognized that significant words were about to be spoken, words that would require careful listening and perhaps even more careful response. "I have something to say, something that's been growing in my thoughts these past weeks, like a seed finally finding conditions proper for germination." Eleanor felt her heart quicken, though whether from anticipation or anxiety she couldn't determine. The evening seemed to pause around them, the village celebration continuing in the distance while creating a pocket of quiet that belonged exclusively to this moment, this conversation, this threshold between what had been and what might yet become. "These hands," Thomas continued, holding up his weathered fingers so they caught the light from the mysterious flowers, "have tended Bibury's gardens for 47 years, have coaxed life from seeds that carry the genetic memory of hills and meadows that exist now, only in careful preservation, have tried to honour the responsibility that passed to me from my father, as it passed to him from his mother before him. But hands grow old, and even the most patient gardener must eventually acknowledge that the time comes to pass such responsibilities to younger, steadier fingers. Eleanor felt something shift in her chest, a recognition that went deeper than conscious understanding, a sense that the words Thomas was speaking carried implications that would reshape not just her immediate future, but her entire understanding of what her life might become, what purposes it might serve, what traditions it might help preserve for generations not yet born. "The seed pouch," Thomas said, reaching into his jacket with movements that carried the solemnity of ritual, and all the stories that live within it, all the varieties that wait for proper seasons and patient tending, all the knowledge that connects present work to past wisdom and future possibilities. All of this needs a guardian who understands that such things are held in trust rather than owned, who recognises that the true purpose of preservation is not possession, but continuation, not control, but careful stewardship of gifts that belong ultimately to the community rather than to any individual keeper. Eleanor's breath caught as Thomas withdrew the familiar leather pouch from his jacket, holding it in both hands as if it contained not just seeds, but the concentrated essence of everything that made Bibury itself, everything that connected the present moment to centuries of patient labour and careful attention of people who had understood that certain forms of beauty required protection from a world increasingly organised around efficiency rather than wonder. "I offer this to you," Thomas said, his words carrying the weight of ceremony, of recognition, of trust that went deeper than mere friendship, not because you need it, but because it needs you, because the seeds have responded to your touch with enthusiasm that speaks of recognition, of genetic memory awakening to the presence of someone who understands their true nature, their particular requirements, their ancient wisdom about the proper relationship between human intention and natural possibility. Eleanor accepted the pouch with hands that trembled slightly, feeling its familiar weight settling into her palms like a small anchor, to purposes she was only beginning to understand, to responsibilities that would reshape her understanding of what her life might become. The leather surface seemed to pulse with warmth that came from sources deeper than body heat, and she could feel the seeds within responding to her touch with the same eager recognition that had marked all their shared experiments in coaxing dormant possibilities into living beauty. "I am honoured," she said, her voice carrying the gravity of someone who understood that she was not just accepting a gift, but taking on a trust that connected her to generations of careful stewardship, to traditions that demanded not just knowledge but wisdom, not just skill but dedication, not just interest, but love. More honoured than I know how to express properly. The mysterious flowers around them seemed to glow more brightly in response to her words, their light reflecting in the river Colne's surface and creating patterns that suggested celebration, approval, recognition that something significant had just occurred, that a trust had been passed and accepted in the ancient way, through ceremony rather than contract, through recognition of fitness rather than mere qualification. "And I have a sense," Thomas said, his smile carrying the particular satisfaction of someone whose deepest hopes had found fulfillment in ways that exceeded his original expectations, that this is exactly what Heart's true season was waiting for. Not the right weather or soil conditions, but the right gardener, the right guardian, the right person to understand that some seeds bloom only when they find themselves in hands that recognise their true nature and are willing to wait as long as necessary for their proper revelation. Eleanor felt the mysterious seed pulse gently in its velvet compartment, and for the first time since Thomas had shown it to her, she sensed not dormancy, but readiness, not stubborn refusal, but patient preparation for whatever transformation awaited the arrival of conditions that had nothing to do with soil or seasons, and everything to do with the particular alignment of circumstances and understanding and care that happened when the right person finally arrived at exactly the moment when they were most needed. The bridge blessed them with flowers that glowed like captured starlight, and Eleanor understood that she had finally found not just a place to belong, but a purpose worth the devotion of whatever years remained to her, a way of connecting her particular skills to something that would outlast her individual life, something that would continue to create beauty and preserve wonder long after her own hands had grown too still to tend the gardens that waited for her patient attention. Dawn came to Bibury with the particular gentleness that followed nights of perfect starlight, when the darkness had been so clear and deep that morning's arrival felt less like intrusion than like the natural completion of some cosmic conversation between earth and sky. Eleanor woke before the first birdsongs began, though she couldn't say what had stirred her from sleep, perhaps some subtle shift in the quality of air that touched her face through the open window, or the way the pre-dawn light seemed to carry with it a sense of anticipation, of readiness, of possibilities that had been gathering strength in darkness, and were now prepared to reveal themselves to patient observers. She dressed quietly in the simple clothes that had become her uniform during these weeks in Bibury, practical garments that invited partnership with soil and stems, that acknowledged her transformation from academic observer to active participant in the ongoing conversation between human intention and natural possibility. The leather seed pouch rested on her writing desk where she had placed it the night before, its familiar weight somehow different now, charged with the significance of official trust, of responsibility accepted and acknowledged, of purposes that connected her individual life to traditions that stretched backward through generations of careful stewardship and forward toward futures she could only imagine. The village slept around her as she made her way through streets that had become as familiar as the corridors of her childhood home, past cottages whose honey-coloured stones seemed to glow with accumulated starlight, past gardens where the heritage flowers they had planted together released their fragrances into air that carried the green scent of summer grass and the ancient smell of limestone that had been shaped by centuries of patient weathering. Everything felt charged with significance, as if the ordinary landscape of Bibury had been transformed into something that existed on the threshold between the everyday world and realms of possibility that demanded different kinds of attention, different ways of seeing and understanding and believing. Thomas was waiting by the bridge, as she had known he would be, though this morning he had brought with him not the usual tools of gardening, but a small wooden box that she recognised as the container where he kept his most precious implements. The trowel his great-grandmother had used for her most delicate plantings, the measuring spoon that had been carved from applewood by his father's careful hands, the collection of small bottles that held water drawn from springs that bubbled up in hidden corners of the Cotswolds, places where the earth revealed its deepest secrets to those who knew how to look and listen with proper attention. "Morning, Eleanor," he said, his greeting carrying a quality of ceremony that acknowledged the significance of what they were about to undertake, the importance of this particular dawn in the ongoing story of Bibury's botanical heritage. The morning feels right, doesn't it? As if everything, the stars, the air, the very stones of the bridge, has been waiting for exactly this moment, this combination of circumstances and readiness and understanding that happens so rarely that most people never witness it at all. Eleanor nodded, feeling the truth of his observation settle into her bones like certainty, like recognition of something she had always known but never quite been able to articulate. The morning did feel different, charged with potential, pregnant with possibilities that seemed to shimmer just at the edge of visibility, waiting for the right action to call them into manifestation. The mysterious flowers that had bloomed beside the bridge for these many weeks pulsed with gentle radiance, their opalescent petals catching and holding the pre-dawn light as if preparing to witness something that would justify their own impossible existence. "I dreamed about it," Eleanor found herself saying, though she hadn't planned to share the vision that had visited her sleep, the images that had felt more like memory than imagination, more like prophecy than mere dreaming. "I saw the seed opening in soil that seemed to contain starlight, releasing roots that reached not just down into earth but somehow through time itself, connecting present moments to all the seasons that had preceded them, To all the gardeners who had worked this ground with patience and love and the particular kind of hope that plants seeds without knowing what form their eventual flowering might take. Thomas smiled with the expression of someone whose deepest intuitions had found confirmation in unexpected sources, whose lifetime of patient observation had prepared him to recognize truth when it presented itself in forms that rational analysis might dismiss as mere fancy. Great-grandmother always said that the most important plantings happened first in dreams, he replied, opening the wooden box to reveal implements that seemed to glow with their own inner radiance, tools that had been sanctified by decades of faithful service, by countless acts of coaxing life from dormancy, beauty from possibility, hope from soil and seed, and the mysterious processes that transformed intention into reality. The spot they had chosen for the planting was a small depression in the earth, beside the bridge's oldest stones, a natural pocket that seemed to have been shaped by centuries of gentle erosion into exactly the right configuration for holding something precious, for providing the kind of sheltered environment that rare seeds required for their initial emergence into a world that might not understand their particular needs. The soil here was different from the earth in other parts of the garden. Darker, richer, shot through with veins of what looked like silver, but which Eleanor suspected might be something altogether more mysterious, some mineral component that existed in the borderlands between geology and magic, between the measurable and the ineffable. Thomas knelt beside the chosen spot with the careful deliberation of someone whose joints had earned their stiffness through decades of honest labour, whose body carried the accumulated wisdom of a lifetime spent in partnership with growing things. His weathered hands moved among the tools with unconscious grace, selecting the small trowel with the confidence of someone who had learned to trust his instincts, to recognise the moment when preparation met, opportunity and the perfect alignment that allowed miracles to unfold according to their own timetables rather than human expectations. The soil wants to be prepared with water from the 7 springs, Thomas said, his voice taking on the particular rhythm of someone reciting instructions that had been passed down through generations of careful practice. Knowledge that existed in the space between science and tradition, between what could be measured and what could only be felt. Water that carries the essence of different places, different qualities of earth and stone, and the particular spirits that inhabit each source, according to the old understanding. Eleanor watched as Thomas opened the small bottles one by one, each containing water so clear it seemed to capture and hold light like liquid crystal, each carrying scents that spoke of hidden places where springs bubbled up from depths that had never known sunlight, where the earth revealed its secrets to those who approached with proper reverence and patient attention. He poured them in a specific pattern that she recognized as something more than random arrangement, a design that seemed to acknowledge the sacred nature of what they were undertaking, the importance of proper ceremony and calling forth transformations that existed at the boundaries of ordinary possibility. The water soaked into the dark earth with eager acceptance, as if the soil itself had been waiting for exactly this combination of elements, this particular marriage between intention and action, between hope and the kind of practical faith that expressed itself through careful attention to details that less experienced gardeners might dismiss as unnecessary elaboration. But Eleanor understood now, after weeks of working alongside Thomas, that such ceremonies were not mere superstition but recognition of the complex relationships that governed the emergence of life from dormancy, beauty from potential, wonder from the patient partnership between human intention and natural possibility. "Now the seed," Thomas said, opening the leather pouch with movements that had become ritual through repetition, his fingers finding the velvet compartment that held the heart's true seasoned seed without conscious thought, guided by decades of familiarity with this most precious of all the varieties that had been entrusted to his care. The seed seemed to pulse with inner light as he lifted it from its resting place, its surface shifting through colours that had no names in any language Eleanor knew, deep purples that became midnight blues, that became something that wasn't quite silver, but suggested the space between starlight and shadow. Eleanor accepted the seed when Thomas placed it in her cupped palms, feeling its warmth settle against her skin like a small sun, like concentrated possibility waiting for the proper moment of release. The seed seemed heavier than she remembered, charged with significance that went beyond its physical properties, carrying within its smooth curves the accumulated hopes of generations of gardeners who had tended it without witnessing its flowering, who had preserved it through decades of patient faith, trusting that eventually the right season would arrive, the right gardener would appear, the right combination of circumstances would create conditions that allowed its dormant potential to unfold into whatever form of beauty it had been designed to create. "It knows you," Thomas observed, his voice carrying the wonder of someone who had witnessed many mysteries but never ceased to be amazed by the particular magic that happened when human hearts aligned with natural processes in moments of perfect grace. "Can you feel how it responds to your touch? How does it seem to recognize something in you that all our years of careful tending couldn't provide?" Eleanor could indeed feel something that went beyond ordinary sensation, a warmth that seemed to flow between her hands and the seed in patterns that reminded her of heartbeats, of breathing, of the subtle rhythms that governed all living things, but which became noticeable only in moments of deep quiet, deep attention, deep recognition of the connections that linked all forms of life in networks too complex for rational analysis to map completely. The seed pulsed gently against her palms, and she found herself thinking of James's hand in hers during their brief marriage, of the child she'd carried so briefly stirring in recognition of her voice, of all the forms of love that had taught her that some connections transcended the boundaries of individual existence. "I think," she said softly, her words carrying into the morning air like prayers, like promises, like seeds themselves, that it's been waiting not for the right season, but for the right understanding, for someone who had learned that grief doesn't have to be overcome so much as transformed, composted into soil that can nurture different kinds of growth than we originally expected. The sun chose that moment to break free of the horizon, sending the first direct rays of daylight across the Cotswold's hills, illuminating the bridge and the river, and the ancient stones with the kind of golden radiance that seemed to transform ordinary landscape into something that belonged to realms of possibility, usually reserved for dreams and fairy tales. The mysterious flowers that Thomas had tended for so many weeks responded to the light by glowing more brightly, their opalescent petals creating patterns that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of some cosmic heartbeat, some universal conversation between earth and sky, and all the forms of life that existed in the space between material and spiritual, between measurable and miraculous. Eleanor placed the seed in the prepared earth, with movements that felt more like ceremony than mere planting, like participation in something that connected her individual action to traditions that stretched back to the first gardeners who had learned to coax beauty from soil and hope, forward to futures she could only imagine, filled with people who would benefit from her patient stewardship of gifts that belonged ultimately to the community rather than to any individual keeper. The seed settled into its new home with a small sound like sighing, like relief, like recognition that it had finally found the conditions it required for the transformation it had been designed to undergo. Thomas covered the seed with soil that had been blessed by spring water and starlight, by decades of patient preparation, and the kind of hope that expressed itself through actions rather than words, through faithful tending rather than desperate grasping, after guarantees that no gardener could provide. His weathered hands shaped the earth around their precious deposit, with movements so practiced they had become prayer, acknowledgement of mysteries that demanded reverence rather than explanation, participation rather than mere observation. They sat back on their heels together, two gardeners who had learned to recognize the sacred nature of ordinary moments, who understood that the most profound transformations often began with gestures so simple they could be overlooked by people who expected miracles to announce themselves with fanfare rather than emerging from quiet acts of faith performed by patient hands in forgotten corners of a world too busy to notice wonder when it presented itself, without demanding attention. The morning settled around them with the particular peace that followed significant actions, moments when human intention, aligned with natural possibility, in ways that created openings for transformations that neither rational planning nor desperate hoping could manufacture through effort alone. The bridge seemed to exhale with satisfaction, its ancient stones releasing warmth accumulated through centuries of patient observation, countless seasons of witnessing the partnership between human care and natural resilience that had kept Bibury beautiful through all the changes that progress and time had brought to the wider world. Eleanor felt something shift inside her chest, a settling that went deeper than mere contentment, a recognition that she had finally arrived at the destination her restless travels had been seeking without knowing what they hoped to find. This place, this work, this friendship with Thomas and partnership with growing things. All of it felt like coming home to a life she had always been meant to live, but which had required years of preparation, loss, wandering, and patient learning before she was ready to recognize and claim it fully. "I want to stay," she said, though the words felt inadequate to capture the depth of commitment she was trying to express. The recognition that Bibury had become not just a pleasant place to visit, but the ground where she wanted to plant her own roots, the community where she wanted to contribute whatever years remained to her, the garden where she wanted to tend not just flowers, but the ongoing conversation between human intention and natural possibility that created beauty capable of healing hearts that had forgotten how to hope. Thomas smiled with a particular expression of someone whose deepest wishes had found fulfillment in forms that exceeded his original expectations, whose lifetime of faithful service was being rewarded with the knowledge that his work would continue in hands that understood its true nature, its sacred importance, its connection to traditions that demanded preservation, not for their own sake, but for the gifts they could continue to offer to futures not yet born. "The cottage next to mine has been empty since Mrs. Fletcher passed last winter," he said, his voice carrying the careful neutrality of someone making practical suggestions while hoping for acceptance that would reshape both their lives in ways that promised to enrich rather than diminish the particular qualities that made their friendship valuable. It's small but sound, with a garden that could use someone who understands the proper relationship between patience and possibility, between preservation and growth, between honouring tradition and remaining open to whatever new forms of beauty each season might choose to reveal. Eleanor felt her heart expand with a happiness so pure it seemed to connect her directly to the sun rising above the Cotswold hills, to the river flowing beneath the bridge where they sat to all the forms of life that had learned to thrive in this particular place through combinations of resilience and grace, adaptation and faithfulness, acceptance of change and commitment to whatever remained constant beneath all transformation. The idea of permanent residence in Bibury felt not like limitation, but like liberation. Not like retreat from the world, but like engagement with the aspects of existence that mattered most deeply, that created meaning through daily acts of care performed in service of beauty that would outlast individual lifetimes. "I would like that very much," she said, her words carrying the weight of commitment, of recognition that she was choosing not just a place to live, but a way of being in the world, a form of service that would connect her particular skills to purposes that served something larger than personal ambition or individual satisfaction. "I would like to become part of whatever story this place is telling, whatever conversation it's having with time and season, and the particular forms of hope that express themselves through patient tending of seeds, whose flowering requires not just proper conditions, but the right kind of love." The sun climbed higher above the horizon, sending light that seemed to penetrate the earth where they had planted the mysterious seed, illuminating hidden processes that rational analysis could never fully map, but which patient observation had learned to trust. Eleanor felt something that might have been imagination, or might have been deeper perception, a sense that far below the surface, in darkness shot through with silver veins that connected this spot to springs and streams, and the hidden waters that flowed through limestone caves carved by centuries of patient erosion, the heart's true seasoned seed was beginning the slow process of transformation that would eventually call it into whatever form of flowering it had been designed to create. As if summoned by her attention, something stirred in the prepared soil, Not visible movement, but a quality of readiness, of awakening, of potential that had been held in suspension, finally finding conditions that allowed it to begin the ancient journey from dormancy to emergence, from possibility to manifestation, from seed to whatever form of beauty it carried, encoded in its genetic memory. Eleanor held her breath, hardly daring to hope that the transformation they had dreamed of might be beginning so soon, might be responding to this particular morning with the kind of eager acceptance that suggested recognition, homecoming, arrival at exactly the right place and time and circumstances. A small green shot pushed through the dark earth with the determined gentleness of life that had learned patience through decades of waiting, but which now recognized its moment and moved toward light with the quiet confidence of something that knew exactly what it was designed to become. The shoot was unlike anything Eleanor had ever seen in her botanical studies. Not just green, but shot through with veins that seemed to carry light rather than chlorophyll, that pulsed with gentle radiance, as if the plant were learning to photosynthesize starlight rather than ordinary sunlight. Thomas made a sound like prayer, like gratitude, like recognition of a miracle that asked for nothing but the chance to unfold according to its own perfect timing. Eleanor felt tears gathering behind her eyes as she watched the mysterious plant continue its emergence, reaching toward morning light with movements that seemed to dance rather than merely grow, that expressed joy rather than mere biological imperative, that connected earth and sky through the simple act of becoming whatever it had always been designed to be. More shoots appeared as they watched, creating a pattern around the original emergence that suggested not random growth, but intentional design, a plan that existed encoded in the seed's genetic memory, and was now expressing itself through forms that challenged every category Eleanor had learned to use for understanding botanical life. The plant swayed without wind, pulsed without external rhythm, reached toward light while somehow remaining rooted in earth that seemed to glow with reflected radiance, creating an effect that made the entire planting area appear to exist in its own pocket of enhanced reality. Days passed with the particular grace that comes when anticipation finds its proper object, when waiting transforms from endurance into eager attention, when every sunrise brings the possibility of witnessing transformations that exceed all expectations, while fulfilling hopes too deep for conscious recognition. Eleanor moved her belongings into the cottage that Thomas had recommended, a simple stone dwelling that seemed to have been waiting decades for someone who would appreciate its particular combination of practicality and charm, its windows positioned to catch morning light, its garden sized perfectly for someone who wanted to experiment with botanical preservation without becoming overwhelmed by more ground than two. Hands could tend properly. The mysterious plant continued its impossible growth, developing into something that belonged to no classification Eleanor had ever learned, but which seemed to embody everything she had spent her life studying. The resilience that allowed wildflowers to thrive in impossible conditions, the adaptability that permitted ancient varieties to evolve while maintaining their essential character, the particular beauty that emerged when living things found conditions that allowed their deepest nature to express itself without constraint or compromise. By the end of the first week, the plant had developed leaves that seemed to contain entire landscapes within their surfaces, patterns that reminded Eleanor of the Cotswold hills seen from great height, of river valleys carved by patient water, of meadows where forgotten flowers bloomed in arrangements that suggested intentional artistry rather than random distribution. The leaves caught and held light in ways that created an effect like stained glass, transforming ordinary daylight into something that belonged to cathedrals, to places where human beings had learned to recognize the sacred in forms that invited contemplation rather than analysis. "It's painting portraits," Thomas observed, as they knelt together beside the growing wonder, his voice carrying the amazement of someone who had spent decades studying plant behavior, but had never witnessed anything that suggested such clear intentionality, such obvious awareness of artistic principles that rational botany insisted were beyond the capabilities of non-conscious life. Look how each leaf captures a different view of the countryside, a different season, a different quality of light. It's creating a visual record of everything this place has been, everything it might become. Eleanor studied the leaves with the careful attention she had learned to bring to botanical specimens, but found that scientific observation seemed inadequate to capture what she was witnessing. The plant appeared to be engaged in some form of conversation with the landscape itself, recording not just visual impressions but emotional qualities, spiritual characteristics, the particular forms of beauty that made Bibury itself rather than merely another pretty village in an area known for pretty villages. The first flower buds appeared on the morning when Eleanor had been living in her new cottage for exactly 1 month, emerging from the plant's crown like small suns, like concentrated possibilities waiting for proper conditions to reveal whatever form of beauty they carried, encoded in their developing tissues. The buds pulsed with gentle radiance that seemed to intensify as the day progressed, responding not just to sunlight but to something deeper, something that connected them to the ancient stones of the bridge, to the water flowing beneath, to the accumulated stories of all the people who had found in this particular place something worth preserving, worth celebrating, worth dedicating their lives to protecting and enhancing. Eleanor and Thomas maintained their vigil beside the miraculous plant, with the patient attention that both had learned was the highest gift gardeners could offer to growing things. Not interference but presence, not demands but welcome, not expectations but openness to whatever revelations each day might choose to provide. They brought their morning tea to the spot beside the bridge, creating a routine that felt both natural and ceremonial, that acknowledged the significance of what they were witnessing, while maintaining the kind of ordinary human rhythm that kept wonder anchored in daily life, rather than floating away into realms too ethereal for practical application. The flowers opened at dawn on Midsummer's Day, exactly 1 year after Eleanor had first arrived in Bibury, as a weary traveller seeking nothing more than a night's lodging at the Swan Hotel. She woke in her cottage to light that seemed different from ordinary sunrise, suffused, with qualities that made her think of the aurora borealis, a phenomena that existed at the boundaries between earth and sky, between material and spiritual, between what could be explained and what could only be experienced, with a kind of attention that transformed observers into participants in ongoing miracles. Thomas was already beside the bridge when she arrived, his weathered face illuminated by radiance that seemed to come from the flowers themselves, rather than from any external source. The heart's true season blooms had opened into forms that challenged every category Eleanor had learned to use for understanding floral architecture. Not just petals, but something that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Surfaces that reflected light while somehow containing it, colours that shifted through spectrums that had no names in any language, but which spoke directly to something deeper than conscious recognition. "Look," Thomas whispered, his voice filled, with the awe of someone who had spent his entire life coaxing beauty from earth and seed, but had never witnessed anything that approached this level of impossible perfection, this direct communication between botanical life and whatever forces governed the creation of beauty that served no purpose except its own fulfillment. Look how they capture not just light, but time itself, not just colour but memory, not just beauty but the very essence of what makes this place sacred. Eleanor looked and saw that he was right. The flowers seemed to contain within their impossible petals the entire history of Bibury, all the seasons that had shaped its stones and waters, all the gardeners who had tended its earth with patient love, all the travellers who had found in its embracing quiet something they hadn't known they were searching for. She could see her own story reflected in their surfaces, her journey from grief to healing, from restlessness to belonging, from academic observation to practical participation in traditions that connected individual effort to purposes that served community rather than personal ambition. But more than that, she could see futures stretching ahead like pathways illuminated by starlight, possibilities that included children learning to recognise wonder in ordinary moments, visitors finding in Bibury's preserved beauty the kind of healing that only happened when people encountered evidence that some forms of care were stronger than time, more persistent than progress, more valuable than anything that could be measured in conventional terms. The flowers continued to bloom throughout that perfect day, creating displays that seemed to exist outside ordinary time, that connected the present celebration to all the midsummer festivals that had preceded it, and all that would follow, that transformed the ancient bridge into a shrine to the patient partnership between human intention and natural possibility that had kept beauty alive in a world that sometimes forgot to recognise its own need for wonder. Eleanor and Thomas sat together on their favourite spot on the bridge's stone parapet, surrounded by impossible flowers that pulsed with gentle radiance, breathing air that carried fragrances designed to comfort hearts that had forgotten how to hope, watching the river Colne flow beneath them with the same patient persistence it had maintained for millennia, regardless of human joy or sorrow, success or failure, presence or absence. "Heart's true season," Eleanor said softly, her words carrying into the evening air like seeds themselves, like promises, like recognition of truths that could only be learned through the patient accumulation of loss and discovery, endings and beginnings, the slow composting of one form of life into soil that could nurture different kinds of growth than originally expected. Thomas nodded with the satisfaction of someone whose deepest questions had found their proper answers, whose lifetime of faithful service was being rewarded with evidence that some forms of beauty were indeed stronger than time, that patience could indeed call forth transformations that rational analysis would dismiss as impossible, that love expressed through daily acts of care could indeed create miracles disguised as ordinary gardening. The stars emerged one by one above the Cotswolds, and the mysterious flowers responded by glowing more brightly, their radiance reflecting in the River Colne's dark surface, and creating patterns that connected earth and sky through the simple act of blooming in exactly the right place, at exactly the right time, tended by exactly the right hands, witnessed by hearts that had learned to recognise the sacred in forms that invited participation, rather than mere observation. Eleanor felt herself settling more deeply into this place and this moment, into the particular peace that came from work that served beauty rather than ambition, from friendship that had grown like the rarest of flowers into something that would continue blooming long after individual seasons had passed, long after the hands that tended it had grown still, long after the voices that shared its stories had joined the patient conversation between stone and water, memory and hope, seed and whatever unimaginable forms of flowering waited in the darkness of futures not yet born. The bridge blessed them with flowers that captured starlight and held it like promises, and Eleanor understood that some journeys indeed ended exactly where they should begin, that some forms of love expressed themselves most perfectly through patient tending of gifts that belonged to everyone and no one, that would continue creating beauty long after the gardeners who preserved them had become themselves part of the rich soil that nurtured whatever wonders each new season chose to reveal. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the sparkling skyline of Toronto, the misty hills of Edinburgh, the moonlit temples of Bangkok, or the sea breeze nights of Athens? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the quiet guide you. Let your dreams unfold. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.